Welcome back, my friends. Thank you for standing by. Thank you for allowing me that short break. Seems maybe a bit loud. Just a little bit. So this game here, we played this on Christmas Eve. This is a game I got for Christmas one year when it was new. And I spent my Christmas vacation playing this game and listening to the soundtrack to Jim Carrey's The Grinch on an endless loop. So I'm very nostalgic. I have a lot of Christmas feelings about this game. I actually never made it as far as we currently have on this playthrough of the game. I had trouble. So this game is a Mario Kart clone, basically, and I would say a pretty good one. I think they did a really good job with it. It's got one feature it has, it's got a side quest built into it. There are 4 collectibles hidden in the game, and you have to gather them to unlock new areas. And I always got stumped by the 4 collectibles. I don't know what was up. I don't know if I was just incredibly dumb or if I did something, but I feel like I somehow despawned one of the collectibles permanently from my game. I could never find it. I even looked up where it was supposed to be and went there, and it wasn't there, so it could have been user error, but I think that I might have actually bugged the game. So there are 3 cups here to start with, and then you unlock this one. And I think that I played through all 4 of these as a kid, but I never unlocked the 5th cup. So this is all new to us. The idea is to try and get platinum trophies in each category. I don't know if I'm good enough to pull that off. You can see it here. We've got platinum, gold, platinum. You get a platinum if you get first place in all 4 races of a cup. So we've got 2 out of 3, and I think just 1 out of 3 in the other ones at best. 1 out of 3, 1 out of 3, and 1 out of 3. So if you haven't seen the game, don't worry, you're going to get a chance to see all of it tonight, because we've got to backtrack through a lot of these areas, a lot of these cups and difficulties, and try to do better so we can get those platinum trophies on our wall. I'm glad you haven't forced us to listen to the soundtrack when you play this time. I would. If I didn't live in fear of the copyright demon, I would 100% have that soundtrack on a loop. If you wanted, I was telling people, I would never endorse enjoying media through illegal means, but I would point out to you that the soundtrack has been uploaded to YouTube if you wanted to go for the full Frownie nostalgic experience and have that playing in another tab while you're enjoying the stream. It is on YouTube. And I've heard it's on Spotify as well. That's probably legit. I would imagine. Alright, so here we go. Let's try and do our best. We've got to get first place every time. Drifting doesn't... The drift doesn't work the same in this as it does in Mario Kart 64. There's no speed boost from it. I frequently, try to do the speed boost, even though I know in my head it doesn't work. I want it to work so badly, I keep trying. The drift also has a pretty, strong chance of causing you to spin out, so it can be somewhat problematic. The characters are all very talkative in this game. You know, I think this track here is even the same, might even be the same shape as the Luigi circuit in Mario Kart 64, except you drive it backward. California gets a lot of representation in this game. They get 2 tracks, I think. Maybe even 3. There might be 3 set in California. I don't remember. So for a game with USA in the title, like, they went with a pretty low number of the states. Because not only, you know, do they not have enough tracks to have 1 per state, but they duplicate states across tracks. Some of the tracks are named for cities, some of them are named for states, and in the case of the Dakotas, they're represented by a single track just called Dakota, neither north nor south. But I just assumed that both have been merged into one. Yeah, this is San Francisco. Compared to some of the tracks. Oh, like, when you compare the San Francisco track to real San Francisco, it basically looks like photorealistic compared to some of the other ones. Like, there is nothing about the Chicago track to suggest Chicago in any way, shape, or form. The Chicago track is just a sewer level. I didn't know Chicago was famous for its sewer systems. Yeah, so see here, this is just New Mexico. We've got it's weird. They're weirdly inconsistent in this game. See, the thing is, I am horrifically bad with geography, and so if I can notice oddities, in your geography, they must be really, really apparent. bad, not bad. I do like the environments in this game, though. Oddly named as they may be, most of the environments, they've got a nice look about them. The game controls really well. It's fun to drive around. So, like, the game, like, it doesn't have a lot of depth, or it doesn't have a tremendous amount of depth to it, but what they do have, what it does have is all pretty well done. Boost pads, always a lot of fun. Whoa. The Grand Canyon is also not just... Oh, did it say Grand Canyon? Yeah. That's neither a city nor a state. It's just really weird. Like, you figure they would have... Like, either go with all cities, go with all states, go with all monuments, right? Have us race around, you know, Mount Rushmore or something. But over the St. Louis Arch. It's just a hodgepodge. Alright, there we go. That should be our platinum. I watched this show called Old School Wrestling Review. The new episode yesterday came a few minutes in, featured the Buck Bumble theme. One of the hosts loves it apparently, so some wrestler posted a video jamming to it in the car and tagged the host. That's phenomenal. Buck Bumble has the best title theme in the history of video games. I know basically nothing about that game. I've never played it, but I know that its title theme is amazing. If you've never heard it, stop everything you're doing, open a new tab, look it up on YouTube. Buck Bumble N64 title theme. You will never regret it. I've got a brisk lemon iced tea in a can tonight. Pretty cool. Never knew about it until you mentioned it one time and I listened to it. I'm glad to have pointed you in the direction of it. I'm listening to it now, and it sure is an experience, Cal says. Perfect. All platinums. Let's go. Los Angeles. That star power is never going to wear off, is it? Ooh, this is going very poorly. Is this still intermediate difficulty? Why are they so tough? Goodness, that was wildly difficult. Already not accurate, too green, and not enough traffic. Yeah, it was... I don't know. I've never been to LA, but I don't know in what way this is supposed to be representative of the experience. It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen in, like, pictures. Apparently, Buck Bumble is set in the distant future of 2010. Oh, that far-off year. What will the world be like? What will the world be like when we finally reach 2010? The freeway is super wide, and the 5 freeway is the major north-south freeway, and it's decently near the ocean. Now, you would think that Alaska would be the best level in the game. But I have to say, I think there are 2 ice levels in this game. So that should tell you how wonderful it is right there. 2 ice levels. But I think the other ice level is actually better. By and large, not accurate. Don't bother coming to LA unless you're coming to visit me. It's a terrible place, Cal says. I think the only time... So, I may have gone to California once when I was a very young child. Like, too young to really form memories. my dad seems to think that the family went to California when I was really young. He had one of my dad's uncles lived out there, but I don't remember it, so I can't say whether or not that happened. But the only time I've spent in California other than that was like 2 hours in a layover in some city. Or wherever, probably LA, wherever there's an international airport, I would have spent a few hours, like 2 to 4 hours in the airport. So I don't, it doesn't really count, right, if you never leave the airport, but technically I've been within the state of California for a brief period of time. Once. My uncle lived in Huntington Beach, a short walk from the actual beach. I remember the traffic going to visit him was ridiculous. An RV tried to run a bus off the road. Yeah, I can't handle big city traffic. Oh man. I lived in Houston for about 7 years or so, and that big city traffic is no fun. LAX in Los Angeles, SFO in San Francisco are generally the usual international airports. Yeah, I couldn't say which one it was. Oh, the Minish Cap. One thing I was thinking about the Minish Cap. Oh, and that reminds me, I didn't comment on. Tusk said something about Battletoads. Battletoads is going to be so fun. If I can 1cc it, you can too. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Tusk. I imagine, based on its reputation, I'm going to fall in love with Battletoads and probably want to do a 1cc or a Deathless run or something like that if it's possible. But we'll see. I don't really know what to expect since I haven't played it before. But based on its reputation, I think that I'll probably want to do some sort of challenge run through it. But we'll just worry about just beating it first. That might be hard enough. But the Minish Cap. So here's how long I've had the Minish Cap. I bought the Minish Cap before I moved to Korea, in the late aughts. I bought before, when Jelly and I were preparing to move to Korea, I bought a whole bunch of GBA games because I was like, well, I'm gonna need some retro games to play, so I'll just buy a whole bunch of games for my GBA and then I'll have access to them. Was my thought. And I did. Like, I bought the Zelda games, and I bought the Metroid games, and I don't know. I had like 10 games or something like that. But then when we got over there, it was actually really easy to find retro games, and so I didn't play. I bought all these GBA games to take with me, and I took them with me, but I didn't play any of them. So I've had the Minish Cap sitting in a box for like almost 15 years, waiting to be played. "100% possible," Tusk says about Battletoads. I hope it goes well. No, I got slowed down. I mean, you have to say, again, like, I've never been to Las Vegas, but, I mean, from everything I've seen, you gotta give them credit. This sure looks like Las Vegas to me. I shouldn't have wasted that. Well, I wish I got another power. Didn't matter, though. I've been doing pretty well so far, and this game, like, the first few cups start off really easy. So, it's not really taking a whole lot to do, you know, now that I've played them a little bit. They're pretty easy to pick up, but I do want to point out the final cup in this game is brutal. Oh no, I'm off to a terrible start. Oh no, I just talked about doing good. Look, I cursed myself. We're gonna have to repeat these races because I'm gonna fail out. At the very end. Hopefully that won't come true. Someone with a star creeping up on me. Ooh, there they go. Get back here, Goofy. Goofy, get back here. All right, we're gonna abuse our retries. It's rough. It's rough. If you fall out of a position in this game, it is very, very difficult to get back into first. It's a kind of a game that demands perfection. Whoa! I almost hit my own baseball. Okay, is it worth it to go over here for this power up? Get a lot of these paints. That was the complete opposite of our previous attempt. "100% improvement." Thank you, thank you. Always appreciate some celebratory emotes. Another platinum trophy for our collection. Boat Ladder, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Monday/Tuesday, my friend. I hope you're well. We're trying to collect some platinum trophies for ourselves. I assume that's platinum. It could be crystal. It could be anything. It's better than gold. That's what it is. It's the better than gold trophy. All right. Now this is the first difficult one we have to do tonight. Things have gone fairly smoothly for us so far, but now we're actually on professional difficulty. The game's gonna start bringing the pain for a change. Uh-oh, we lost first. Stop giving me this useless paint weapon. Three in a row for the useless paint weapon. Hey, it actually worked. Can you believe that? But did you see what that was like once Mickey got ahead of me? That when someone passes you, your chances of reclaiming first are so thin. It was nothing but luck. I think the chatter from the other characters, I think it's purely random. I don't think it has anything to do with anything that's happening. It's trying to give you the illusion that the characters are interacting with each other and responding to events, but they're not. Though that baseball I just set is only an obstacle for me. I'm the only character that takes that path. That was a bad move. It's weird. I wonder why they all take the other path. Who's raining on your parade? No one yet. No one yet. I may need your defensive services, though. Bogus. No, I slowed myself down. The chatter is so repetitive. Well, I never. Well, I never. Well, I never. Goofy coming out of nowhere to steal my win. I didn't catch the name of this game. Is it supposed to be Vegas? It sure is. It sure is. I was saying before that this is a I've never been to Vegas, but this looks identical to what I picture in my head when I think of Vegas. For as much grief as I give them about some of the levels, I think this one is perfect to me. Is Philadelphia a coastal town full of shipping containers? I have to say I don't really know anything about it, but like when I think of Philadelphia, I think of Rocky jogging around. Isn't that movie set in Philadelphia? Yeah, because in Creed, don't they eat Philly cheesesteaks? Isn't it weird that I've lived in the United States the overwhelming majority of my life, and everything I know about the U.S. comes from movies? It's pretty coastal. It is. I didn't know that. Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania, right? I always think of Pennsylvania as being landlocked. I don't know if it's on the ocean or on a river that's very connected to the ocean. Alright, maybe that's the case. Philadelphia is by the Delaware River, but the whole state of New Jersey's between it and the ocean. Alright, okay, cool. So the Delaware River connects it to the ocean, but none of the land touches. All right, I was worried about that one, but there's yet another platinum trophy. We're really on a roll. I'm thinking of the Delaware. All right. Delaware is connected right to the ocean, though, so there's possibly some kind of shipping that goes in there, I guess. I mean, for all we know, Rare could have just made a shipping container level and then just pulled the name of Philadelphia out of a hat and stuck it on. For as accurate as some of these stages are to what they're named for. They may have had nothing in mind when they put it together. Capri Kira, welcome in. Hey, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Learning more about the geography in this stream than I ever did in class. I don't know if I'm learning about geography, but I'm wondering about it. It's definitely made me curious. US is huge. East Coast has some pretty close states, but as you get to the Midwest and West states become huge. My buddy in Canada was surprised to find out the drive to him from where I'm at in California is only 2 hours longer than me driving to LA here in Cali. Yeah, the US is I joked about, you know, learning about the US from movies despite living here, but the thing is the United States is gargantuan. It is an absolutely tremendously huge country, so So while it's a fun joke to make, it's kind of a necessity. I remember flying into Philly. There was a big bay/river, which I'm learning was the Delaware River. So this is nice. In this mode, look, we've already got the Platinum and Professional. So while we do have to repeat 2 difficulties, they're it's the easier difficulties. So that past Frownie did us a solid by doing well here. Here we are to the great state and or city of Dakota. And I think it's supposed to be the one that has Mount Rushmore, because there is a statue in the background that I think is supposed to be Mount Rushmore. A statue. There's faces on a mountain right there on the left. I can't stare at it, I'll lose the race. That's it. There's only 3. There's only 3 faces up there, but I think that's what they were going for. Had some friends from Germany come out for a week. They thought we could drive to Florida and New York, then back to California in a week. I mean, technically you could if all you did was drive. No, well, yeah, if you never stopped and you went really fast. No food, no bathroom breaks, no gas stops, nothing. You'd be pushing it, though. You know, if you went 90 miles an hour the whole time and never stopped. That's why it's funny when people from elsewhere talk about how most Americans have never been out of the country. Yeah, because we can't just hop on a train and take a 20-minute ride to the next country over. Yeah, exactly. I give people outside the U.S. a pass for not knowing how big things are, Cal says. But my favorite is when people from the East Coast think a drive from San Francisco to Los Angeles and back would leave us time to do anything but drive. Yeah, I mean, people know, we know, like, the world that we know the world that we live in, and so it's easy to assume, that things in other places are similar to how they are here, or how they are where we are, so. Need one of those things planes use to refuel while flying. Yeah. Have another car pull in alongside you and refuel you through a tube. Oh, we got more friends coming in. Yaden, good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in and welcome to your friends. Very happy to have you here. Tell us about your stream. What were you playing tonight and how did things go for you? I want to take my eyes off the road at the minute, but I'm going to get caught up with you as soon as we clear this race. We're doing Mickey Speedway USA. This is on the Nintendo 64. It's a Mario Kart clone, but a pretty good one. A pretty good one. And in the end game gets brutally tough. This is not the end game. This is right now we're in a very easy part of the game. Looks like where's the playing retro. Oh. Wait for more details here. Rearranged my background for a bit with my wife, then she joined for some random retro. Mario Kart SNES, nice. Super Tennis, Baseball Simulator 1000. Then I tried Contra 3 again, no dice. Best of luck with Contra 3. You'll get it. You'll get it. I know you will. But it's oh boy. Contra 3 has repeatedly grinded me into powder. Rocky Mountain Pro, thank you for being here as well. And OMG Pete 1. Thank you for joining us, Pete. Pleasure to have you here. I hope you're doing well. Just rewinding and catching up on a little bit of the chat that I've missed. I had a friend in San Francisco for a wedding. It was like, I'll drive down for a day and we can hang out and I'll drive back. I had to explain that it was essentially driving from New York City to South Carolina and back in one day, and his response was, oh. I'm at the final boss, final form. Just can't push the ball across the goal line. Oh man. So when I was working my way through that game for the first time, there's so many parts. The boss that attacks you sideways on stage 3 was a major roadblock. The stage 4 boss with all the missiles, I thought I'd never get through that. Major roadblock. And now, like, even though I've beaten the game a couple times now, Ridley on the last stage, it's just a roll of the dice. He's whether or not his tail hits me just feels completely random. I can't handle Ridley. And then the final boss, please, it's so hard. It's so hard. There's so many things that, like, so many of the attacks that boss can do, I can't avoid. So yeah, I've cleared it a few times because, you know, it gets easier once you do it once. But oh boy, so much of it's a roadblock. Yeah, the silver dragon. Yeah, he's terrible. Really trying to do without upping the default lives. I respect that. I did when I was working on my first playthrough. I did turn up my lives for one attempt, and then I didn't win, but I felt real bad about it, so I turned them back down. I was struggling with that temptation. Are you playing on normal difficulty or hard difficulty? Because I've only cleared it on normal. Hard is like, I find hard to be basically unplayable. I want to be able to clear it on hard. I don't know if I ever will. It's so difficult. And like, I feel like I'm pretty good at Contra games, right? I've had some good runs through the 8-bit Contra games, but Contra 3 is a whole different monster. Can't imagine trying hard with as much as you're struggling with it. Hard is I'm angry every time I remember they put hard mode in that game. It's too much. It's too much. It's inhuman. So we're right now we're playing on easy right now on this race. We've already gone through a lot of the game. This is like, you know, it's like a Mario Kart clone. So there's several cups and several difficulties for each cup, and we're trying to go through and get the highest trophy on each one. We want to get all platinum trophies. We have a nice collection of a mix of platinums and golds, and but this here we're on the third cup on easy difficulty. I got a gold here before we just want to replace it with a platinum. This game gets brutal. Some of the late game tracks, they're Contra 3 hard. Oh, here we go. I was talking about it. Chicago. If you've ever been to Chicago, does this stage look like any Chicago you've ever seen? It's just a sewer level. I don't know why there's circus music playing in the sewer. They were too scared to walk around the actual city. All big cities are scary to me. I'm a simple country boy at heart. I've lived in a few big cities, but they're all scary to me. There's so many rivers and buildings in Chicago that would make for a fun map. Why do they make it a sewer? Yeah, I think, well, it just goes back to my hypothesis that I think for some of these levels, Rare just designed generic levels and then pulled city names out of a hat. I guess they tried with a little waterfront city view before you go back under the sewer. It's not much. It's not much of anything. Excuse me one moment, my friends. Alright. I think that's it. Should be award ceremony time. I don't know that we unlock anything for getting these perfect scores other than just a sense of accomplishment. Is it a full moon tonight or something? My cats are tearing through the house. But do they need an excuse other than just that they're cats? Dressy Chalice, good to see you. Miska Muska? It is indeed Mickey Mouse. Mickey and Friends. Alright, so let's, I'll summarize how we've done. So we're all platinum here. Looks good. All platinum here. Looks good. We need the middle one on this cup. So we'll get that next. Over here, I think we've got, yeah, we got 2 platinums to pick up. This one, Victory Vehicles, these courses are tricky. They're tough. These courses, these are nearly impossible. Look, I haven't even been able to complete normal and difficult over here. Much less worry about the platinum. So we're gonna be working on that a while. But that's future Frownie gets to worry about that. I get to hold off a while and work on these easier ones for now. Good night, everyone. Angela says. If you're online tomorrow, expect another raid from me. I appreciate all the raids, Angelus. Thank you for dropping by and spending so much time with us. I should be online tomorrow night. I'm usually streaming most weeknights, so I look forward to having you join us again. Thank you. Mickey's dad? I didn't know that. I just always assumed his dad was Walt Disney. Probably not. My old dog isn't even trying to get up. I think he's fed up with their cat foolishness. Gaza Dazzler, good to see you. Happy Tuesday to you. Thank you for the lurk. Always appreciated. Alright, so same tracks we just ran, a little bit more difficult. Don't underestimate intermediate difficulty. Professional's officially the hardest difficulty, but intermediate can throw you for a loop sometimes. The thing about this game is, like, if you fall out of first position, it's very difficult to claw your way back to the lead. When you're in the lead, it's not impossible to stay there, but if you fall out, it's very difficult to get back. I see why they included an option. I think there's in the options there's a thing that says turn commentary on or off. I think that's all the chatter from your opponents is what that refers to. I can see why they would include the option to turn that off. Because they just go on and on. It's just the same things over and over and over. My dog Brody is grown up with cats. I always imagine he's thinking, what's wrong with these tiny dogs? It's like, there's a movie about a Great Dane that thinks it's a dachshund. I think it's called The Ugly Dachshund. Something like that. Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo thinks he's a dachshund. No, that's a detective. He thinks he's a detective. I used to have it on a used to have that movie on a VHS tape when I was a kid. I remember there's a scene where they mess up an artist studio or something like that. Googled it, and that's the name. Yeah. That's really all I remember about it. It was like, because the dachshunds are so small, they can climb like under the easels and stuff like that. And the Great Dane just barrels through and knocks everything over and spills paint and creates chaos. First GG, thank you for the GG. We're doing all right. We're off to a good start. 2 first place victories, halfway there. Fingers crossed that we'll keep it up. Beverly Hills Chihuahua. I can't say that I've seen that one. I'm aware of the movie, but I haven't actually watched it. It seemed like for a while, it seemed like for like 2 years there, Chihuahuas were everywhere in the early 2000s, right? No. The Taco Bell commercials, Legally Blonde, Beverly Hills Chihuahua. Yeah, I was thinking of a similar list, cows. I was gonna say, Men in Black too, right? But it's not a Chihuahua in Men in Black, is it? Is it a pug? There's a talking dog in Men in Black. It was a pug. Yeah, yeah. I knew I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. They were overbred in the early 2000s because they were designer dogs, much like Pomeranians. They were inescapable, especially for me because my mom got one. Frank, yeah, Frank. Poor pugs with those weird health issues. I didn't know that. Do you know it's not uncommon for their eyeballs to pop out of their sockets and you have to pop them back in? Oh no. I know that can happen with Shih Tzus. That actually happened to our Shih Tzu. We had a Shih Tzu for a very long time, and that actually happened to him once. We don't even know how it happened. We just found him like that. My hypothesis is that maybe the cat jumped onto him from off the counter, but I have no idea. It was very disturbing. Fortunately, we got him to the vet. They took care of him. And we never had that situation again. They told us that it could happen again, but it only ever happened once. All dogs are overbred, especially pugs and most fancy bulldogs, Dressy says. I know that people who like pugs really, really like them. It doesn't seem like anyone ever just has one pug. Everyone I know who has pugs has a collection of them. Friend had a pug that had that problem. Saw something about someone trying to fix the French Bulldog breed, which also has a lot of health problems. I like really big dogs. I know they have a lot of health problems too. They have a lot of heart problems. Big dogs. I don't know that I would ever have one myself because I don't know that I could care for them properly. But whenever I get the opportunity to pet someone else's really big dog, it's always a treat. Breeding them to have breathable snouts and stuff again. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good cause. I'm a fan of big dogs too, Yaden says. Got my wife a Bernedoodle for Christmas. Estimating he'll be between 80 and 90 pounds. Yeah. Right on. Dog Brody is a big, straight-back German Shepherd. Had him since I was 15, now 31. Fan of the medium dogs like the Australian Shepherds. Yeah. One of my friends, my best friend in high school, he had Australian Shepherds. They were good dogs. Bernese Mountain Dog, standard poodle mix. Bernese Mountain Dogs seem pretty cool. I don't know what I don't know what they look like just offhand, but Certainly sounds like they're a good size. I love giant dogs, Cal says. My housemate has a tiny 5-pound Maltese, and he's the best grumpy little man. We've also got so many cats. I imagine we'll have I imagine, you know, we might have a dog again someday, but for now, we have so many cats that we really don't need any other pets. Australian Shepherds need a lot of maintenance? I didn't know that. Ah! Ah! Oh, why did I do that? I'm driving real poorly. It's a miracle I'm staying in the lead. Uh-oh. We have a golden doodle is pretty cool. His old age, he's down to 105 pounds. He used to be 140. People commonly still mistake him for a wolf. Gotta run, Aussie Shepherds. I was in high school. We had a neighbor with an Australian cattle dog. Her name was Gigi. She had more stamina and energy than any dog I've ever met. You could fling a ball for hours playing fetch and she wouldn't stop. You'd get tired first. I live in DC, Dressy says. I think I want to go away. 15 stories will do it to you. Wish I could have a big dog again, but I travel too much to responsibly own a dog, Cow says. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, Dressy. Alright, Frownie, time for a little sleep. We'll see you again soon. Sleep well, my friend. Thank you again for the raid. Always a pleasure. Aussie Shepherds, like my shepherd, just love to do things. The more active they are in a day, the happier they truly are. When Brody was younger, I couldn't run, bike, or swim with him enough to truly tire him out. Bel Air Jeff. Hello and good night, Bel Air Jeff. Always great to see you. No, the stream isn't ending. I was just saying a couple people are heading out. I was just saying good night to the people who are heading out. I'm still going strong. I got more work to take care of in this game. I had a lot of Labradors growing up. We went through. I think we had 3 different labs. The first one, the first dog was a terror. It was probably mixed with something. I don't know what it was. I don't think it was just a black lab. I think it was mixed with something else. It was real small. It was a real small little dog named Rosebud, and she was vicious. That's all I remember about her was that she was really mean. We had another dog after that for a while. I don't know if but it wasn't like really our dog. It was like a stray that just started living in our yard. I don't even remember. Again, I was really young, so I don't even really remember what happened with that dog. And then we had a black lab. We had a black lab named Feller. He'd been hit by a car at one point. He had a repaired hip. He walked real funny, but he was a really good dog. He was great. We had him for years and years and years. Jeff says, I beat Kirby Epic Yarn today, and then started a Mega Man fan game called Mega Man 2.5D. You're playing fan games in your marathon? You really are doing everything. Alright, so that gets us all the platinums here. So I'd like to at least get these 2 platinums before the night's out. Over here, like, I don't know if this is gonna be possible. This is gonna be a long struggle for these, and we might work on them tonight, depending on how well this goes. But you know, for my goal for tonight, I'd be really satisfied if we could at least get these 2 platinums here. Fingers crossed. Labs and Chihuahuas cause the most dog bites in the U.S. Feller, what a wonderful name for a dog. And my dad picked that one out. Even though he had a bad hip, one of the weird things about him, maybe because he had a bad hip, he actually liked to stand up on his hind legs a lot. We had a chain link fence around the backyard, and he loved to hop up and rest his front legs on that fence and just stand on his hind legs. Just hanging out, leaning on the fence. It was so weird. If we hadn't had him fixed, he might have become the next link in dog evolution. They begin walking upright and become the dominant species on the planet. How'd you like the Minish Cap? Minish Cap is fun, Jeff. I'm having a good time with that one. I did I cleared the first dungeon, and it's my first playthrough of that one. So it's all new to me, and it's really cool to be playing a new Zelda game. But yeah, I don't have anything to complain about it so far. First dungeon was good. Like some of the puzzles were like kind of familiar, but with like slight twists to them. I got really lost in the dungeon for a while because I forgot where one of the doors was. But when I eventually remembered, it was a very sweet triumph. And I like that first boss. It wasn't, the game is not overwhelmingly challenging, but that's all right. I can use a moderately challenged game from time to time. So yeah, the only thing that I've thought is a little bad is like I'm kind of mixed. It seems to heavily reuse music from Ocarina of Time, which I mean it's good music, so yeah, why not reuse it on the one hand? But I do kind of wish there was a little bit more original music in those places. And one of the music stings that plays early on sounds real shrill. I was like, oh, I might be in trouble, but it's not bad. It's not bad. My complaints are pretty minor. Feelings are overall still overwhelmingly positive. It's a good game, really underrated Zelda game. I like that Eslo character too a lot. I like his attitude. He's got some weird things to say. Much better that time. The frame rate of this game is atrocious. Let me, the settings are set the same as everything else. Oh no, I broke it. Look, I broke the game. I checked my settings and broke my capture. Let me try and fix this. By bumping into my microphone. Okay, and the mic is still working. Wait, we're back to normal. Jump scare? Oh no, I'm sorry. I should have given a warning that there'd probably be loud noises. I'm sorry. According to somebody, I found Chihuahuas and Dachshund bite the most people. Of course, Pit Bulls have the most number of fatal bites by a huge margin. I heard something about Dachshunds liking to try and eat people's toes. I don't know if that's just an urban legend or not, but I remember hearing that sometime. I, for one, welcome our new dog, Overlord, Scout says. One day we thought we had truly ran away. By going to a grocery store, he had truly... Oh, I think I missed something else. There. No? One day we thought he had truly ran away, but going to the grocery store, we found him sitting in the back of a truck, and my mom waited to see who came out. She approached the guy and was like, "That's my dog." He explained how he hopped in his truck one day and just never left. He would go run around on his construction sites. To my detriment, we let him keep Bo. I feel sick just watching this. How does it feel playing it? Feels great playing it, Jeff. I don't know. Like, oh, Chompy's Paradise. Welcome in, Chompy. Pleasure to have you. I hope you're doing well. This is maybe the only N64 rare game I didn't play back then. I think this one got overlooked a bit. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think it probably feels better to play than it looks, Jeff. But I'm not real, like, the N64 is, every game on the N64 has an inconsistent and low frame rate, and it's never bothered me, so I don't know. I feel like I'm immune. I feel like I'm immune to bad frame rates. That my brain just compensates. When the game lags, my brain lags in equal measure, and I just don't feel anything. It might be exaggerated on Twitch, yeah. I mean, it surely it looks worse for you than it does for me, because I use very modest equipment. I often lurk here late. Thank you for that, Chompy. You did miss a message, but it's okay. Sorry about that, Tusk. I don't, I try my best to keep up with the chat, but I don't always catch everything. I had no idea this was a rare game. Yeah, this is maybe their last game for the N64, probably. It's a good stream, don't blame you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Is F-Zero X smooth? I remember it being smooth, but I might be misremembering. I couldn't say. I haven't actually played that one. I've never played through an F-Zero game. I'd like to do the Super NES game. I'm kind of intimidated by it. I expect it to be really hard. When the packs of chihuahuas came into town, everyone would run for cover. I mean, if they're ferocious biters, don't underestimate them because of their size. They just copy and pasted the code for Diddy Kong Racing and add Disney characters. So, again, I haven't played Diddy Kong Racing either. I don't think it's very similar to that. In Diddy Kong Racing, there's like a flight mode, right? I don't think that they did it like that. This feels like it's a pretty straightforward Mario Kart clone for the most part. Feels a lot like Mario Kart 64 to me. But I think it's pretty good. Like, it's the if you learn your geography from it, you will have very weird thoughts about what places are like. I wouldn't recommend learning your geography from the game, but like the environments have a lot of cool design features to them for the most part. I think it controls really well. You know, the driving's fast-paced and fluid. There's really nothing to complain about there. The last set of tracks in the game is brutally difficult. Just agonizing, bone-crushingly difficult. It's a game that's easy when you're doing good and difficult when you're doing bad. Like when you're in first, it's not terribly difficult to maintain first place, but if you fall out of first place, it's nearly impossible to claw your way back up. No. Speaking of which, I got passed right at the end. We're using our if you fail out of the race, you get to restart it and it doesn't penalize you. You get 2 retries basically. We're abusing that. Love racing through the White House like this. My favorite part of visiting DC. It's one of their last 3. It was this one, then Banjo-Tooie. And the very last one was Conker's Bad Fur Day. Alright, so this was then. I thought it was further toward the end of the lifespan. I was wrong. Frownie, you might be the only person on Earth who has played this and not Diddy Kong Racing. I might be, but it's true. I have Diddy Kong Racing. We will play it on the stream someday. But I didn't have that one. I never rented it, so I haven't played it. I had this one. I got this one for Christmas one year. I spent my Christmas vacation playing this game and listening to the soundtrack to Jim Carrey's The Grinch on repeat for days on end. All I did was listen to that CD and play this game, so it's very Christmas nostalgic to me. I may have already failed this attempt here. This is just the intermediate difficulty. No! That was just bad driving. Plain and simple. Bad job, Frownie. No. Well, thank you, Goofy. I did not deserve to hit him at all. He drove right into my baseball. The game had mercy on me. Very odd. Last they were all released within 4 months, so it's pretty close to the end. Thank you for the trophies. Thank you. We're only halfway there, though. I had to do well 2 more times. Florida, here we come. Grinch cosplay win. The weird thing about that is I don't even think I saw that movie until years after I got the soundtrack. Someone gave it to me for Christmas somewhat randomly. And I was like, well, I have it. I'm going to listen to it. But I don't think it was until a couple years later that I actually saw the film. Probably not until at least a year later, right? Because it would have been in theaters the Christmas I got the soundtrack, surely. And so I wouldn't have seen it until it came out on tape, at least the next year at the earliest. But I suspect it was probably longer than that. No! Oh, I got so lucky. Be careful you don't run into Florida Man. I've heard legends. I've heard legends of the Florida Man. Did you enjoy the soundtrack? Sure. It's got Jim Carrey. It's got Jim Carrey rapping a duet with Busta Rhymes in character as the Grinch. I think there's a Smash Mouth song on it. What's not to like? What's a more important question? Which present did you like more, this game or the Grinch soundtrack? I can't answer that, Jeff, because you see, that's the thing. That's why I keep bringing it up, is because that soundtrack and this game have become fused in my mind. They are one thing. They are one thing. If I hear a song from that album, I think of this game. When I'm playing this game, like, you might be enjoying these fine Rareware tunes. All I'm hearing is the Grinch rapping. And Where Are You Christmas? And The Perfect Christmas Night, and whatever else is on that CD. If you want, you too can have the true Agent Frownie nostalgic experience. Just open up another tab. The soundtrack has been uploaded to YouTube, and it's on Spotify, I've heard, so... If you want to play it in the background wherever you are, I won't tell anyone. I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic right now, and I'm witnessing new events I've never seen, even though I've played this for a year. That's a lot of content. I've got a couple of games that are like that. When it came to the Nintendo 64, there are a lot of Nintendo 64 games that I associate specific soundtracks with, either because I was listening to it or someone in my house was. So I associate Star Fox 64 very strongly with the Charlie Daniels Band. And I associate Rayman 2 on the N64 with Bob Marley. You gotta be heading off to bed, my friends, Cal says. Best of luck with your platinum pursuits. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being with us, Cows, and for all the fine mod work and excellent company that you provide. I hope you sleep well, and we'll see you next time. Be a good time to let everyone know. I don't know what we're going to do in the first part of tomorrow night's stream. It'll be 2 games. The first part of the stream, we're going to play something, probably something new. I'm going to look at what indie games I have on the Switch that I haven't gotten around to, and we'll put something on. And the second part of the stream will be Dark Souls, our continued blind first playthrough struggle through Dark Souls. So I'd like to see. I don't know what I might have so far as what the first part of the game is going to be. Could be just about anything. I'm gonna lean toward a platformer type game though, I think. But we'll just have to see. There's a lot of stuff on there that's just been sitting, waiting to be gotten around to. And we'll play more Minish Cap on Wednesday. Minish Cap is going to be in the first part of the stream. And the second part of the stream on Wednesday is going to be Battletoads. First time trying Battletoads. That might go kind of ugly. I expect I'm gonna have a really hard time with Battletoads, but I also expect I'm gonna love it based on its reputation. That's what I'm hoping for, anyway. I associate World of Warcraft with Loveless by My Bloody Valentine, Jeff says, and I associate Super Smash Bros. Brawl with In Rainbows by Radiohead. Did you also get the Space Jam soundtrack as a kid? I did not. I didn't have a lot of I didn't have a lot of interest in music in particular, I feel like, when I was young. Most of the music, like, I just listened to my parents' music for the most part, and just because it was there. I had the Grinch CD. I had a Weird Al Yankovic CD. I can't really think of anything else that was mine when I was a kid. It wasn't really until I was in high school and I discovered Simon and Garfunkel that I started collecting music for myself. I like stuff like Simon and Garfunkel, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Gordon Lightfoot. Running with Scissors? No, I had a Poodle Hat was the one that I had. I did have a copy of Running with Scissors though. I did have some of the other Weird Al stuff I had on cassette tapes. I copied from my friends, so I did have some of that other stuff. Yeah, in high school I got really into like folk music, singer-songwriter stuff. I listened to a lot of that. That was what made me actually start playing my guitar. I had a guitar for years, but I never had any music that I liked enough to want to learn to play it until I was in high school. Hey, welcome in. Looks like we have a raid coming in. Fantastic. Let's hang out, let everyone get settled here for a moment. King Hartley, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to your friends. Very happy to have you here. Let me see if I can correctly type your name for a shout out. Tell us about your stream. What were you doing? How did it go tonight? I'm going to click through and take a look at your page here for a moment. Nice banner on your page. I love the blues and the purples. You got some of my favorite colors there. I like that aesthetic. I'm always excited to point out a solid shade of purple or blue. Singer, dancer, actor, and entertainer. Here to make you laugh and make you think. Streaming is one of my many pursuits that I love. Let's have a good time. Right on. I've dropped you a follow, my friend. If we don't overlap too often, hopefully I'll be able to catch you live at some point down the road. But I'm happy to follow you to hopefully make that happen at some point. Playing Sledstorm because a viewer redeemed it. What is Sledstorm? I've never heard of this. Cheers for the follow. Picked you from the retro category because I liked your energy. Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. How's your stream been? Stream's been real good tonight. We drop a welcome message for everybody. I forgot we have that command too. We tried the Minish Cap for the first time. I'd never played that one before. We made it through the first dungeon. Really good. It's nice. It's nice to be playing a new 2D Zelda. I mean, you know, new to me. I'm a big fan of the series, but there's a handful of them I haven't gotten around to yet, and so it's super exciting when I do. And Minish Cap's a good game. First dungeon was a lot of fun, so I have high hopes for the rest of it. And then we've just been we're pursuing top achievements in this game here. Mickey's Speedway on the N64. We're trying to get all the platinum trophies, which means I've got to get first place in all the races. And I'm almost out of the easy parts of the game. It's getting harder and harder. But yeah, we'll eventually get there. We might eventually get there. There are 5 cups in this game. 3 of them are pretty easy. One of them's a little hard. One of them is bone crushing. Sledstorm is a snowmobile racing game for the PlayStation 1. Oh. How did you like it? Is it worth playing? Because just based on the description, I think I'd like to try it. I think I'd like to try it out. I'm a cold weather creature, so I always want to see icy and frozen environments in the games I play. So that if that game is not agonizing, it sounds like it could be a real treat for me. And if it is agonizing, I'll probably like it even more. Have you played the Oracle games? I haven't played those yet, Chompy. I have them both. I bought them on release date. But I never really got around to play them. I played a little bit. I played a little bit of them. But I never, I don't know. I couldn't decide which one to play or something. Or something was wrong with me. Because I got them both at release, and I didn't actually ever play either one of them through. I tried to do Oracle of well, I put Oracle of Ages on the schedule one night last year, and when we went to play it, I found out the battery was dead, so we couldn't play it. And so I was like, all right, no big deal. I'll change the battery later. We'll do Oracle of Seasons instead. And I put on Oracle of Seasons. We played it for an hour and a half. And then the next stream where I wanted to continue it, the battery died. The battery died overnight between the 2 streams, and so we lost all of our progress. And then I was just heartbroken and didn't play either of them. Actually handles great, but pretty difficult. Nothing wrong with a bit of challenge. Remember, I said that when I'm crying in a few minutes about how hard this game is. So, if you're for anyone if you may be unfamiliar with this game, it's a Rareware game actually. It's basically a Mario Kart clone, and a pretty good one. It's not flawless, but I mean, the environments, a lot of the environments are really kind of nice, I think. I like the aesthetic of it anyway. Um, it handles really well. It's fun just to drive around. It's kind of like the balancing of the difficulty is not super great. When you're in first place, it's usually pretty easy to hang on to first place, at least in the early cups and difficulties. If you fall out of first place, though, like I unfortunately have now, it's virtually impossible to regain it. So we've got to do a lot of restarting. It feels like a cheap move, but alas. Part of the fun watching a streamer, seeing them do things for the first time. Yeah, I really like. I really like to prioritize dropping in on streams where people are doing things for the first time. I respect someone that doesn't appreciate backseating. It's the worst. Right on. Oh yes. Well, I think we see completely eye to eye on that. Yeah, I've got what is probably the most strict anti-spoiler and anti-backseating policy of anyone I know on Twitch. I'm really opposed to receiving any help or ever doing any research. Which, let me tell you, because I'm not a very clever man. And my no research and no help policies are making Dark Souls really difficult. Any other old school racing games you like? I'm only familiar with the PS1 titles, so I'm kind of a Nintendo fanboy. And when it comes to racing games, I really just like kart racers. So Mario Kart is pretty much it for me in racing. I played a little bit of and enjoy Destruction Derby. Maybe not the most complex game, but I think I've had a lot of fun with it. And Beetle Adventure Racing, I had a lot of fun with. Your mileage may vary on those, but for me, I like them. But really, it's kart racers that I like, Mario Kart games in particular. So I don't have a ton of suggestions, but those might be worthwhile. He's cheating, ban him, Jeff says. And if I were cheating, so there is an option in this game to give yourself infinite restarts. So I'm not using that. But I am taking advantage of the default restarts that are made available to me. Is that Go Get It Greg? Welcome to the stream. This game is adorable. I'm glad you approve. If I failed at correctly pronouncing your name, I welcome correction, please. My favorite Frownie moment is any slide puzzle. Don't bring that up, Tusk. That's the worst. That's the worst. What Tusk is talking about, I played a game I hate slide puzzles, alright? I hate slide puzzles. I played a game not that long ago and I came across a slide puzzle and I struggled and cried with it for an hour. Before I realized the puzzle was impossible to solve because I thought the top I had the top row and bottom row of the image reversed. I was trying to make the wrong image for an hour. Of course it was impossible. It was a ship. It was a picture of a ship, and there were clouds in the sky and waves below, and I thought the waves were the clouds and the clouds were the waves. And I spent an hour trying to build it in reverse. Oh. I hate slide puzzles. I hate them. I played Crash Team Racing before, Biller, Jeff says. Good times? Is that one good times? You can tell when someone is giving advice because it makes them feel good. Yeah, I mean, you know, I get people showing up trying to help me out sometimes. Usually people are on good behavior. I haven't had a lot of trouble. You know, perhaps I've been lucky. I haven't had a lot of trouble with people intentionally backseating and kind of ruining things. There's been one or two people. We've had to give one or two timeouts. I can think of probably the worst one. Probably the worst one was when I was playing Cuphead. But I've been really lucky. Most people have been pretty cool. Because I am pretty unreasonable. I'm willing to be lost and stuck for a very long time in a game. Muppet Race Mania is a good one. I'd probably be worth checking out. I'd say I'm a Muppet fan. Recently played the Mega Man kart racing game, which is the worst racing game I've ever played, Jeff says. Is that an official game, or is that like a ROM hack or a fan game? You got it? Right on. Thank you. Greg. If you press the buttons on controller, things happen in the video game. Yeah, that's about the level. That's about the level we like. It's official? Oh my goodness. I need to try this game. Well, I need to find a copy of it so I can let my wife play it. It's a PlayStation 1 game. I'll see if I can track it down. Sparrow says I remember. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, with the Cuphead. It was the guy. The guy who thought he was being clever by speaking in Spanish. That's who I was thinking of. But we'll not dwell on them. Most people have been really cool. I was kind of worried because like I mentioned, we're doing Dark Souls. I was kind of nervous to start that one up because people were telling me, you know, you're gonna get a lot of people were telling me I was gonna get a lot of troublemakers wanting to spoil and backseat me through Dark Souls, but that really hasn't been the case. You know, there's been a little bit, but nothing to really even be upset about. It's hard to clip it. Frownie is persistent, so once Survival Kids goes on YouTube, you can witness all the Frownie. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone would have made a clip of it, Jeff, because it was a struggle that went on for so long. It's hard to distill it into one good moment. Like Crash Team Racing, I think it got overshadowed by the success of Mario Kart. That's the one, Sparrow says. I'm bursting with hot tips for Mickey's Speedway, but I'll respect the rules of the stream. Appreciated, Chompy. If I could hold my toes in Dark Souls, everyone. If I could hold my toes, if I could hold my tongue in Dark Souls, everyone should be able to too. Tusk says. Frownie went through the actual stages of grief. That we did. Hold my toes. Oh, I could never hold my toes. Thank you for the follows. I don't know if I called that out yet, but thank you very much. Go get it, Greg. Thank you for the follow, and King Hartley. Thank you very much. I appreciate both of you coming on board with us. Survival Kids. If you like sort of like crafting and resource and survival type games, Survival Kids is maybe one of the earliest examples of the genre. At least like in a console situation. It's kind of basic compared to what you get today, you know, but if you like that type of game, you can have a lot of fun with it, and I think it's really impressive for a Game Boy Color game. It's just you're stranded on an island, and you gotta collect food and water and manage your sleep, along with, you know, those other survival necessities. And there's some crafting elements. And a really open sort of story with, I think it's 8 different endings. It's tons of stuff to do. So it's a really fun game, but it's really heartbreaking when you're working your way toward one particular goal, and then you actually accidentally get a completely different ending and erase all your progress. It twisted my emotions into a real pretzel. My favorite part of your Dark Souls playthrough is when you actually cheese a boss in a way I've never seen before. I don't know that I don't even really know that I have cheesed that many bosses. I don't really know if most of my solutions count as cheese so much as they're just bogus strategies. I want more people to play Survival Kids. To me, it's impressive. Yeah, it's worth checking out. It's a lot of fun. Sorry I spoiled the slide puzzle for everyone. I've always hated slide puzzles. I hate physical slide puzzles, and I hate slide puzzles in video games even more. I probably wouldn't hate them if I were good at them, but I'm so terrible at them. No, I'm stuck in the mud. So in Mario Kart games, like, in Mario Kart games, you get the mushroom, and it's a temporary speed boost, right? And this game has its equivalent of that, but they work a little bit differently, because one of the things about the mushroom, the best thing about the mushroom, is, like, you can use the mushroom to speed boost off the track to, like, go through rough areas to basically make shortcuts. And you can't really do that in this game. Some of the rough terrain, the speed booster will get you over, but a lot of it doesn't. Like, especially like the mud on this level. It's a real shame. It's a real shame. Ornstein and Smoke could have had wacky sax music behind a sped up video of that fight. Yeah, you're flattering me. You're flattering me too much, Tusk. Malibu. All right, if we get this one, we just need first place in this race. If we get this first place, we'll have done everything I wanted to achieve tonight, and we'll only have left the things that I'm not really sure I'm capable of. Go away, Goofy. It was bad enough when I had to deal with Mickey ahead of me. He's so far ahead. There's no way to catch him. You see what I meant? If you fall behind, it's just brutal. It's just brutal when you fall behind. The maze is dizzying. Frownie, you've done really well in Dark Souls, to the point random people come in and are like, whoa, that's some good fashion Souls plus the egghead, and you have to tell them this is not on purpose. Nothing I do in Dark Souls is on purpose. I really do like that people are appreciating it though, because I feel like there's a lot of downtime with that game too. There's so much time where I'm just not doing anything valuable. So thank you, Tusk. I really appreciate that you stick with me and enjoy it. Nice. All right, I think that does it. That gets us our platinum. There's a real chance that if you went into PvP, people would leave. No PvP. I'm riding solo. They would believe you to be an Achilles or Theseus. I think if we beat the next cup on intermediate difficulty, I think we get a credit roll. I haven't even been able to do that yet, though. So we've gotten all... Oh, I think you can actually see our trophies here more conveniently. Right here. Trophies. Yeah. Mirror mode? No, there's a mirror mode? Oh, no! Of course there is. Oh, well... So, Cup 1, 2, 3, 4. We've gotten all the platinum so far. Cup 5? I can't even clear it on intermediate yet. I can't even get the bronze. Things are going to be rough now. Right here, this is where the talked about cheats. Unlimited retries, right? The temptation to turn that on. But I could never. I'm too much of a monster. By far, the Dark Souls playthrough is #1 in my book, and I've spent thousands of hours on Soulsborne games. Literally 4,000 plus hours. Maybe someday I'll catch up with you. So we're going to try this. I know we've already cleared it on Amateur. We're going to try and get the Platinum, though. And also, it's just going to be nice to see the tracks and refamiliarize them, since it's been a couple nights since I refamiliarized ourselves with them. Been a couple nights since I played. That turn right there with those coconuts, super tight. Very challenging. There's just with this set of tracks, there's a lot of really tight turns. There's a lot of areas where you have to thread the needle between obstacles. And it very quickly becomes unmanageable at higher speeds. This music is so wonky, too. It doesn't sound like Hawaii to me. It sounds like Nashville, like old-timey Nashville. Music reminds me of an old Donald Duck game called Quack Shot. What do you know? What is that on console or PC? And what console? I don't think I know that one. Old time honky tonk music. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me, Boat Ladder. Yeah, yeah. It's on the Genesis. It's good. Quack Shot for the Sega. I don't think I have any Donald Duck games. I have some other I was gonna say I have some other Looney Tunes characters games. I have other Disney character games, but I don't think I have any. Like I've got Mickey and Goofy, but I don't think I've got Donald. The original Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion has a similar vibe. That one I think I do have. Haven't played it yet, but I do believe I have that one in my collection. I like the Magical Quest. Mickey Mouse's Magical Quest on the Super Nintendo. Titan, hello. Happy Tuesday to you. This track here might be the hardest track in the game. I meant to not do things like that. Whoa! I think that's the first time I've ever been hit by a character with the star power. So this is really difficult because of these bridges here. This one's bad enough, but then this one, oh, such a narrow bridge, and after such a sharp turn, it should be illegal. I am kind of enjoying the music. I created my own demise. Oh, thank goodness. I was obsessed with witches as a child, so I loved it. Hopefully I'll get a chance to check it out. Have you played a game for the C64 called Cauldron? Grigori 1, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Would you recommend Cauldron? I do play... I know that question wasn't directed at me, but I do play C64 games on the stream from time to time. If that one's not on my list of games to look for. I don't know where my list of games to look for is. I'll have to start a new post-it note. Let's get him playing all the witch games. Banjo-Kazooie has a witch in it. Games where you play as a witch, I know fewer. Spirits and Spells, also known as Castleween. One of the playable characters is a witch. They're like kids trick-or-treating, but I mean, I think you do have real magic. Granny's Garden on the C64 has a witch. We played that. We played that. You might enjoy Granny's Garden. You'll either love it or you'll never trust another recommendation from me. Iridium and Spiderbot? You handled that course so well, thank you, Tusk. We are playing on easy right now, so I mean it's difficult even on easy. So I am proud of myself, but not as proud as I would be if I were on a real difficulty. If you're into Commodore 64 games, it's got a reputation for being good and difficult too. I like to check out Commodore 64 games. The C64, my dad had a C64 when I was a kid, so that's the first way I ever played video games. My first video game was Ghostbusters on the C64. I played a lot of Ghostbusters, a lot of Donkey Kong, Dino Eggs, Popeye. I feel like for the most part though, like when people start listing like C64 games they played, I don't feel like I played a lot of the classics that a lot of other people played when I was a kid. But you know, I definitely enjoyed the things we had. So yeah, one of my mods generously gifted me a C64 Mini that we fire up about once a month or so. I try to track down games that get recommended to me, and we do a variety night and sample a handful of games at a time. With consoles, when it comes to consoles, I'm very nearly exclusively an original hardware kind of guy for the console games. But when it comes to retro PCs, I do not have the time, the talent, or the money to maintain a retro PC or to build a collection. So we use the emulation box for that. But it's a fine emulation box. I have a lot of fun with it. I'm getting crushed. I'm getting crushed down here in Texas. This game just gave me a Texas-sized beating. Sumik, good to see you. Welcome in. Yes, we're at about 6.5 hours. I've been going for longer streams here for a while lately. Um, we've been trending toward about 7 hours on average. So we're gonna hang in here for a while longer. What time is it? It's 6 a.m. How did it become 6 a.m.? The sun's gonna come up. I'm gonna turn back into a pumpkin. I'm still really confused as to how Sony Pictures scrapped the Popeye movie for that one about emoticons. I didn't know they were working on a Popeye movie. Have you seen the monitor someone's making that you can plug all kinds of old retro consoles and computers into? I have not. I have not. I just stick with. I've been using the. I've got a fairly large CRT that I use for most of my. Well, for all my retro gaming, except the C64 Mini. That's got an HDMI output, so we use the flat screen. I want to make chili now. It's 9 p.m. Chili is one of my favorite meals. Thank you for the follow, Grigori. Very happy to have you on board with us. Thank you for that. All right, we have two. We have two more tries. If you fail out of a race, you're actually not penalized. So it's a good idea to use your retries. No. Well, I failed this race. If you fall out of first place, you will never crawl your way back to the front. That's heartbreaking. To know I'm gonna run the rest of this. To know I'm gonna run the rest of this race without ever having any hope. This cup is just brutally awful. Look at how far ahead they are. Look at the map down there. Goofy, get back here. This game is so rough. I'm sad. I know nothing about Japanese food except it's delicious, and they have many vending machines of all manner. I know that you can find a. I know that Kit Kat candy bars in Japan are like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from Harry Potter. You can find a Kit Kat in every flavor that that has ever existed in Japan. A Greg and a Greg to go with our other two Gregs. We might have all the spelling variants now. If only we could be so lucky. Come on, I gotta win this race. It's all for nothing if I don't get the first now. Get back here. No, I was actually passing them. No, I needed to drop that backward, not forward. No. No. I'm such rubbish. Mickey, I would have been really happy if you just fallen off the edge, man. Come on, give me a power-up I can use. No, it gave me trash, and then I wrecked. It's game over. Vending machines galore and so many yummy foods. This is rare. Usually there's never other Gregs. Sad. Japanese vending machines are crazy, Tusk says. Alright, we gotta take it from the top. Oops. Hey, that was my coin. The computer characters don't need coins. I need coins. What are they going to spend them on? One of the things that makes this game so challenging, the way the items are balanced. So you have a baseball, which is like the green shell in Mario Kart. You've got a paint puddle, that's like the banana peel. You've got a bubble that's like the star. You've got a cloud that's like the lightning bolt. And you've got a remote-controlled car and a remote-controlled airplane, which are both like the red shell. But the way the items are balanced, like, if you're in second place, you never get the remote-controlled car or the remote-controlled airplane. So you never get the red shells in first or second place. You don't need them in first. But when you're in second, you really do, so that you can get the person in first. But you are heavily, heavily skewed to getting the paint when you're in first and second. And it does you no good when you're in second place to keep getting that paint. I mean, it's useful to keep people off your tail, but it does nothing to help you catch up. You can throw it ahead of you, like you can throw the banana peel in Mario Kart, but you have to be a machine to aim it right. So it gets really tough. It's really tough to pull your way out of second place in particular. Really just have to play it enough to get so good at the carts that I'll be able to... the power of G compels you. I need to just play it enough so I get so good at the tracks that I never fall out of first. Love my winter hot coffee or tea from the vending machines. I'm holding back. I won't type the words I said out loud, Tusk says. Alright, probably a good move. The baseball has an interesting characteristic, though, of it, unlike the green shell, which has infinite inertia, the baseball does run out of momentum and stop in place eventually when you throw it forward. That's interesting. I'd kind of seen it happen, but didn't really appreciate. Pokeballs. Rare sight, getting this vehicle up here. I feel like you get that's the thing about the red shell. I feel like you get it in first place more often than you do in second. Oh, we weren't even on the last track before. Texas? Texas isn't even the last track. There's still Colorado after that. I forgot about that. I thought it was bad because I was failing. I thought it was real bad because I was failing on the last track. But it's actually even worse because I was failing on the next to last track. Some Japanese vending machines do all the work for you. Not only is it impressive, it's just fascinating. Do they have a vending machine that can dispense fresh waffles? I got caught off guard there. The pause between get set and go was so brief. I was not ready to start pressing buttons. Why did they get such a tremendous speed boost out of that jump and I didn't? Stop collecting the power-ups. Leave those for me, game. That turn is wicked. Dude, no! Ah! I can never play a Kingdom Hearts game. I can never play a Kingdom Hearts game because Goofy and Donald are supposed to be your friends in that game, and I can never forgive them for what they've done to me here. There's at least one waffle vending machine. Fantastic. Wouldn't be surprised. There's pizza ones? So this game has a plot. The plot of the game is that Pluto has been kidnapped. So if you think about it, by competing with Mickey, we are all sabotaging Pluto's rescue. I wanted to hang on to that. Oh. I was saying I wanted to hang on to that item so that I could use it if someone passes me. And so I wasted it, and the thing I picked up immediately after was the same thing. I wanted to get rid of it because I'd like a, you know, like a paint splash or something I can drop behind me. No, Mickey, where did you come from? Let me remind you, we're playing on easy difficulty right now. I'm struggling this much on easy. I still have 3 more difficulties. I've got intermediate, professional, and mirror mode. I am a waffle vending machine. I dispense waffling on and for free, Sparrow says. Frownie, did you finish Minish Cap? And if so, will you play it again? Or will there be diminishing returns? Oh my. Oh my. Hats off, Sparrow. Well done. Well done. I don't think the question was a serious question, but no, it's a very long game, so we'll be playing it across several nights. He reminded me I'm yet to tell my dad about the Elvis Presley joke. I hope he enjoys. Alright, off to Colorado. This is the most aesthetically pleasing map in the game. This is my favorite environment. No! That's pretty much the worst start I could have possibly had, huh? I've only played this track once, I think, so I'm in desperate need of practice. Bullseye. Bingo. Ho 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 ho. Nope. That sign jumped out and bit me. No. I'm really dropping the ball here. Oh, We got another platinum. We finally got another platinum. This game is nightmarish. I really wish the platinum trophies... I'm mixed on the platinum trophies. I kind of wish they didn't exist. Like in Mario Kart, you know, a gold is a gold. It doesn't matter if you do perfect or if you just barely get the gold. You get a gold, and that's the highest you can get, regardless of your point count. So, like, I kind of like that there's a reward for getting a perfect score. When I get a perfect score, I'm glad there's a unique reward for it. But I hate that it exists because now I have to get them. Alright, we'll step up we'll give intermediate a try. I was gonna try to get something on the board for intermediate. Just to finish it at all would be a real victory. Cause yeah, I couldn't even earn a bronze when we played this a couple nights ago. Look at how much faster it is. It's crazy. It reminds me of the DK level in Mario Kart 64. It's got like the same color palette, and it's also a really like fast-moving level like that one is. Alright, off to a good start. Ever played that Disney driving game called Split Second? I can't say that I have. When it comes to racing games, I've played about half of the Mario Kart series. I played this one. I played Destruction Derby on the PlayStation 1, and I rented the Nintendo 64 copy, I remember, when I was a kid. And I played Beetle Adventure Racing a little bit. That's about it for my racing experience. I don't think I have a whole lot outside of that. Oh, Super Sprint. I played Super Sprint on the NES. That's a racing game. For an N64 game, this one is quite smooth. It's funny as you say that, Sparrow, because Beller Jeff earlier was saying the exact opposite. He said the frame rate is atrocious. Imagine this game, but way more realistic looking cars and graphics. Still with ways of blowing your opponents up, including exploding a giant water dam and bringing down a gigantic plane onto the track. Wow. By the standards of any other console, it is atrocious. The Nintendo, oh no, the Nintendo 64 is top tier, and I will not hear otherwise. Hopefully you can see how crazy difficult this race is. This race also reminds me of the DK Jungle level. It looks the same too. It doesn't have the same color palette as the other level, and I said that the color palette of the other one reminded me of DK64, but part of it does have a color palette that looks like this one. So, the DK course in Mario Kart 64, rather, is what I'm being reminded of. But star power did not help me at all. It's too fast. There are two speeds, fast and way too fast. Sales pitch at GTA, but with Disney characters. Thoughts? Why not? They made it with they made GTA with Simpsons characters. Only if the cops and army personnel are all ducks related to Donald. The thing about the frame rate to my eyes is it can burst up to 60 for certain parts and then drop down below 30 for other parts. And that can be more frustrating to some people than just keeping it at around 30. I think with the Nintendo 64, it's more so wavering between 30 and 20 frames a second. Depending on what game you're playing. I think when you play Ocarina of Time, it's like wavering between 20 and 12 frames a second. Also, and this is something, like, I hadn't really thought of it in this way before, but you have to keep in mind the games look better to me than they do to you because I'm actually playing on a CRT monitor. Like I'm not watching the capture to play. I'm watching the TV. So, and you're watching it being captured, and it has to convert an interlace signal to a progressive signal for your screens. So, like, it's going, the video signal's going through a lot of processes, a lot of crunchy processes to reach you. So Yeah, not that it's flawless. It's still running on a Nintendo 64, but you guys are seeing a worse version of the game footage than I am. Since you're hanging on quite well on these tracks at this speed, I think you'd do well in Wipeout, the Wipeout Racing Series, Frownie. Am I hanging on? I feel like you need a coffee or 3 to stay on the track in this game. I need Jedi reflexes. Just people can't appreciate pixelation. Oh, when I say the image is worse, I just mean that it's objectively worse. I don't mean that it's actually worse. Isn't that what objective means? Not at all. The Ketchup Lord, welcome in. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm struggling. I was in first place, and they took it all away from me. This is a really cool track design, I think. It is not cool, Sparrow. They put in all these devilishly tight turns, and they put that bridge. There's nothing cool about it. I really like the environments in this game. I think the settings are good. This is the hardest track in the game. That bridge at these speeds. I'm enjoying this realer than real America. Laters, Grigori. Thank you for being here with us. Take care, my friend. Thank you again for the follow. I was trying to think of a good comparison to explain myself, and I guess like I guess it's like with the 8-bit Mega Man games. I haven't played all of them, but of the ones I've played, the first Mega Man is my favorite. It's my favorite 8-bit Mega Man game. And, like, I know that, objectively speaking, it's worse than the others that I've played. But it doesn't matter. I like it the best. It's kind of weird how that works, right? Or like Super Ghouls and Ghosts, right? I love Super Ghouls and Ghosts, my favorite game. The game has a lot of slowdown in it. And I know that there are mods and patches that fix the slowdown and are objectively an improved version of the game. I have no interest in playing them. I only want my original copy of the game to play. I don't need any of these better versions. My worst version is the better version. I think there is a... You mentioned Wipeout, Sparrow. I think there is a Wipeout game on the Nintendo 64, right? I mean, I guess I could play it on anything, though, if it's on the PlayStation or something. I think we talked about it before, because I think I remember you saying that it was terrible. That was the worst one. I do think eventually I will be able to do this. It's just a matter of I'm going to need a lot of practice. Because, like, see, I can get in the lead and hang in there for a while sometimes. But let's see how the bridges go this time, though. Nope, lost it. Oh. One failure, you just lose it all. There's no way to climb back to the top. I've just got to get familiar with it to where I can run it flawlessly every time. Subject Omega 52. Welcome in, Omega, if I may call you that. Thank you for joining us. Sparrow, could it be? If you're referring to Sparrow the Dragoon, none other. I like 8-bit Mega Man the most. One thing that comes to mind that makes it the best, in my opinion, is there's general clarity between you, the enemies, projectiles, etc. Wipeout HD on the N64, and if I recall, you can watch the draw distance. It's so close because it's so close. Narrow bridge. That bridge is devastating. Imagine it's a driving test. It wasn't who you're expecting. Hopefully you will find that the folks here are all pretty fine nonetheless. Except for me, I'm a clown. I'm starting off in last place. Let me just solidify my anti-lead by spinning out right at the start. Near where I live, there's a Burger King and there's a McDonald's right across the street from one another, and they both had now hiring signs up, and like the McDonald's just had a standard, like, you know, now hiring, apply inside or something, and the Burger King sign said, "Why work for a clown when you could work for a king?" No. Their little war amused me. This is the worst. I love the way that guy says stormy weather. I love the way his voice warbles. Shade thrown. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. That was I was very amused by that. I probably will. Lots of chill Twitch chats. We're a pretty chill environment. The late night vibes. Oops. No, I got... When it rains, it pours. One error begets another, begets another. It's just crazy how there is absolutely no recovery. The Oregon Trail is unforgiving here as it was all those years ago. As the Super Mario Kart life system, it does, yeah. There's a cheat. There's a cheat to give yourself infinite restarts. But I can't bring myself to use it. I know it's there, laughing at me from the shadows, but I can't bring myself to use it. Regarding Mega Man, I think there's a lot of NES games try too hard with backgrounds or excessive details that the result is the screen can look a bit like mush. The aesthetic for Mega Man is quite distinguished. Usually simple backgrounds, larger enemies, etc. works well on the NES. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you don't like the 16-bit Mega Man games better, because I feel like you usually gravitate more towards 16 than 8 bits. Right, Sparrow? I mean, I agree with you. I like the I like the start. I pretty much always like it. I pretty much always prefer an 8-bit artwork to 16 or 32 bits. But I just like the sort of the stark clarity that you find in the old Mega Man games. I do agree with you on that. Respect. Thank you, Omega. I think so, yeah, but it just goes to show whatever you first played can have a lasting effect on you. First Mega Man I played was Mega Man 11, which was copying the 8-bit aesthetics. I think you probably mean Mega Man 9 or 10. And Mega Man 11 is 16-bit, I think. 9 and 10 are 8 bits. Oh, Mega Man 11 isn't even 16-bit. Mega Man 11 looks like... I mean, it just looks like a cartoon. Nine, yeah. Okay, yeah, 9. You're right. Yeah, you'd be right about that one. Mega Man 9, I haven't actually played. I had the soundtrack to it. I really like the title theme to Mega Man 9. I remember really liking the music in general. But I like that title theme to Mega Man 9. PlayStation 3. Yeah, 11's like... Yeah, Mega Man 11's like a 2.5D. Yeah, it looks... It looks really good, but it's not, you know, it's not like not a pixel aesthetic. At least it looks pretty good from the couple of screenshots I've seen. I haven't played it yet. Oh, I still have another lap. No! What happened to me? Stuck in a tree? You don't actually burn retries giving up on the first stage. That's a nice sort of quality of life thing. When you fail on the first stage, it preserves them both for you. So you don't have to back out. I have the line from SpongeBob where Plankton tells Patrick, "Win this one because I told you to." Mega Man 9 was the only one I finished properly. I think it's a bit more forgiving in difficulty compared to the earlier versions. Right on. I feel like I I've heard that Mega Man 9 is actually one of the more difficult ones. Like not as hard, like not at the top of the list, but more toward the middle than the bottom. Tried the first Mega Man after that and found it very the first Mega Man is really tough. The first Mega Man is maybe the hardest of them. Maybe the second hardest. 3 might be the hardest of them. Because you told me to. We still have to do 2 and 3 on the stream. 2 I've beaten once before, but we haven't played it on the stream yet. And 3 I've never beaten. I've only tried 3 once. It's really difficult to get the characters in this game to hit those baseballs. Like I'm setting them down in some pretty narrow bottlenecks, and they still thread the needle right past them. Tried Mega Man X, I think it's called, for the SNES. Felt like everything that made Mega Man was kind of gone. Maybe that's a bit harsh. I just felt like a completely different game to me. There is a lot of difference. The 8-bit Mega Man games are like, there's a lot of single screen challenges. There's a lot of like, the obstacles are kind of isolated into individual areas. And with the Mega Man X, like the games, like the areas are more open but like interconnected, and like speeding through larger areas and series of obstacles, like that all kind of chain together seems to be more of the thing. At least going from the NES games to Mega Man X in particular. That little area right there is such trash. I'm gonna dash. All right, Greg, thank you for being here. Thank you again for the follow. I've enjoyed having your company, and I hope that I'm going to get to see you again in the near future. And in the meantime, enjoy yourself, my friend. So that that area in the where you drive through the log and there's those two holes in the wall, if you get too close to those, it affects you the same as if you fall off the bridge. That's why that area is so bogus. And it's like not even driving all the way through, but just driving too close to it can be enough to trigger that. And yeah, it's one mistake. You cannot recover from mistakes in this game. That bridge needs to be bigger. I know. I could not agree more. Good luck. Thank you for the good luck wishes. I don't imagine I've got too many attempts at this left in me tonight. I'm starting to wear a little thin, but we'll see what we can do. I think often the comparison between 8-bit and 16-bit versions that I make in my mind are often when comparing Mario Bros, Sparrow says. On the NES, they were really just a new paint job and nicer quality sound, but I guess I can get how some games were not superior in 16-bit versus 8-bit. Yeah, it just depends. If you lose your sanity and decide to give up, that is okay. Oh, we'll come back to it. Yeah, just because I quit tonight doesn't mean I won't pick it back up. It's pretty rare that I abandon a game or a challenge. I won't say it never happens, because it does, but it's very rare. Frequently to my detriment. I would probably have a much happier, longer life if I were not the monster that I am. I think Echo the Dolphin took a decade off of my life. Never give up, but be sure to take breaks. Very wise. Very wise. I can completely agree. Yeah, it's important to step away from things that frustrate you. But it's good to come back and, conquer your demons. I have experimented a little bit with other characters. You might be wondering yourself why I stick with this character when maybe a character switch would help me do better. I have experimented a little bit, but I really don't know that another character is for me. Top 4 is a qualification, yeah. Yeah, you'll roll over into the next stage. And I would prefer not to make progress. I mean, not that I can even end in the top 4, but I would prefer if we're gonna end it to be like at least 2 or 3. I mean, I'm going for platinum trophies eventually, so like while I would, you know, I'd be happy to get a gold to get something on the board. Eventually I'm going to have to get all first place in one go, so but I'm still bad at the levels after this cuz I don't get to, you know, cuz I can't pass this one, I don't get to practice those. So even if I finished in first place, it wouldn't do me any good because I'd be guaranteed to fail on the next levels at this point. But we'll get it. I've done better in this game overall. I've done better in it tonight than I did last time we played it. It's just, you know, 10,000 hours of practice, and I'll be a pro. There we go, 3rd place. That bridge is the end runner. It really is. It really is. This is the hardest stage. We've observed what would make any other player snap and need medical consultation, Sparrow says. Frownie's sanity is very resilient, Sparrow says. All right, let's take a look at Texas. That turn right there is taking me some getting used to. Where is Mickey? How did he get so far ahead of me? Not bad. That level's much better. There's weirdly enough a logic to stubbornness. If you need to get through a brick wall, if you keep hitting it, you'll eventually get through it. Yeah. So one of the things, like, you know, one of the things I like to do on the reach out and touch. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well tonight. Appreciate you coming on board with us. Thank you for that. The best part is that he has never swore on stream ever, Sparrow says. Not yet. Someday, you know, I am only human. I make mistakes. Someday I'll slip up and curse on stream. It'll happen, I'm sure. And then I'll be embarrassed for a moment, and then we'll move on. Those rubber bands must be snapping. Oh yeah, sometimes we do I do challenges on the stream, like going for like deathless runs in older platformers like Contra and Super Ghouls and Ghosts and Castlevania. We've done all of those, and what I always say about that is because I'm not very clever and I'm not very talented, but I have infinite persistence. So the thing about doing a challenge run of a game is like there's only so many ways to fail, right? So if I just play it long enough, I'll exhaust all the possible ways to do it wrong, and I'll accidentally get the run, and that's what we've done every time. Yeah. Sparrow's favorite clip. Welcome in, MK. I don't know if you watched that clip, but I'll spoil it for you. The title is clickbait. I feel like I'm tarnishing your name a bit there. You're fine. I don't have anything against people swearing, you know. I certainly say my fair share of curse words when the situation seems appropriate for it. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't, but I just don't really, you know. I don't think the stream is the right place for it, so I try to avoid it here. Stormy weather. I love the way he says that. I love the wavery quality to his voice. It's great. I think I've only played this track twice, so I'm really not familiar with it. He just alludes to doing it. Alaska. This is Colorado. There is an Alaska stage. This one is Colorado. This is aesthetically. This is my favorite level. I love the ice and snow. I love the mountains. It's fantastic aesthetically. It's very tricky to drive on. There's a lot of sharp turns. A lot of edges to fall off of. I definitely need more practice with this. I might actually need to go into the time trials and just practice some of the levels in time trial mode for a while. My Stream Deck is arriving today, and I don't know when, so I can't go out until it gets here. So I'm a loyal viewer at least until then. Well, I definitely appreciate having you here as often as I can until I can no longer. I hope you enjoy the Steam Deck. It looks like an interesting. It looks like an interesting piece of hardware. I'm thinking I might pick one up at some point down the line when they are hopefully more readily available. At least I'm going to consider it. I think Frownie understands. I certainly do, Sparrow says. Oh yeah. An attempt was made. And I'm sure after that too. This stream is excellent background noise. If you got a game to play and you're getting tired of the soundtrack, you can listen to me cry instead. Mostly got it as a convenient handheld retro machine. It seems to be good for that. I'm curious to maybe pick one up. The emulation possibilities are somewhat interesting to me. You know, I usually play on real hardware most of the time, but there's some consoles that I don't have, and some games that are prohibitively expensive to me, so that would make for perhaps a nice option. But I also just it'd be nice to use it to play some older PC games, perhaps. You have a big collection. I have a fairly nice collection. Yeah, I got into retro collecting really early on when it was all pretty much dirt cheap. So I'm lucky to have built up a pretty nice collection. Oh, thank you, Sparrow. Yeah, if you're curious to browse it, it's mostly inventoried there. I do have a box of games that I've been adding to over the past year that has yet to be inventoried, but that's the majority of the retro collection right there. Let's take this from the top. Got a handful of games. Got a handful of games that are supposed to be arriving this week, too. I hope they make it all right. I bought a copy of Castle Quest on the NES. It's a rare example of a game that I actually got rid of. I don't usually get rid of my games. But at some point I got rid of that one, and now I've gone and bought another copy of it. It was Castle Quest was one of the first games that I bought when I decided I wanted to collect retro games. Because so we had a C64, my dad had a C64, We got an Atari 2600 at some point, but we got rid of it. Then we had an NES, and we got rid of the NES and we got the Super Nintendo. And then at some point during the N64's lifespan, I decided I wanted an NES again. And I bought one from one of my classmates. He sold me his NES with all the cables, the light gun, 2 controllers, and a stack of games for $20. It was an amazing deal. And then I just started buying whatever games I could find locally. And some of the first games I bought... So the games that came with it, I don't remember how many he sold me. It was like 5 or 7 games. I think it had the 3 Mario games. And a few others. I don't remember what they were, though. But some of the first games that I bought then that I found in the area were Predator, Castle Quest, and Legacy of the Wizard. And I hated all 3 of them. I wasn't like, back then I wasn't like I am now. Now I have a lot more patience. I spend a lot more time like figuring things out. So I might play I haven't revisited those games. I might love them now. I've certainly changed a great deal since then. But it's just funny because I kept buying games even though all of them I bought I hated. I don't know. Spoiling game mechanics. No, never. Poor Conga. I bought an original Xbox from a classmate with the GTA collection and 2 more games for like $60 or something. Right on. I don't remember when I bought... I have the original Xbox as well. I don't remember when I bought it. I'd never used it until earlier this year. I got the Xbox. I think I found it at a thrift store. It was filthy. It had dirt like crusted on it everywhere. It had the power cords. It didn't have a controller. I never had a controller for it. So I bought it like, I don't know, maybe a decade ago. It had been sitting in a box for forever. I never even tested it or did anything with it. But earlier this year, I finally got a controller for it, so we played a couple Xbox games on the stream. It works, not really reliably, but the DVD tray, I have to fight the disc tray every time I want to change the disc. It's a nightmare. It looked like someone had like left it out in the yard. It had so much dirt caked onto it. That Xbox controller is gigantic. Also, the Duke controller. That's the one I have. It's I don't know how they found the resources to make a controller so giant. You could set it out by the highway and people would stop to take pictures with it. World's largest video game controller. I love the Duke, Sparrow says. Ever since we got the NES, I was pretty much just a Nintendo guy after that. After we got the NES, and it was all Nintendo stuff from there forward. It wasn't until when I was in college I started buying non-Nintendo hardware and games. But I'm really only just now getting around to playing them. I want to think the Duke was made by a Chrysler or GM designer from the 60s or 70s. This is America. We need a big controller. Only 2 man-made objects visible from space. The Great Wall of China and a Duke controller. I'm joking around too much, driving myself off the cart. Driving myself off the cart. Driving my cart off the track. I attempted to go for a shortcut. As you can see, it went terribly, as it always does. The speed boost. The speed boost does not work on rough terrain. It's maddening. How am I a whole lap behind? How? I need to watch this race back. I don't know how I fell a whole lap behind everyone else. How does this compare to Mario Kart 64? It is it's pretty good. Like I'm really struggling with it right now. It's got 5 cups. The first 3 cups are pretty easy. The 4th cup is a little tough, and this 5th cup is impossible. The difficulty spike is outrageous, but the overall game is really good. It's very similar to Mario Kart 64. It's virtually a clone. But like the driving feels good. And your power-ups are okay. Mario Kart's power-ups behave better than this game's power-ups. Balancing is a little rough, especially in the late game. Like if you fall out of first place, you're basically doomed in the late game. So it does become less fun the longer you play it, in a way. It's worth playing. It might not be worth completing. It's certainly worth playing, but maybe not worth completing. Unless you just like a lot of pain. Because I'm going through a lot of pain. This one has this soundtrack, which is kind of the best. After looking at it, I'm considering buying myself a translucent controller, a translucent Duke. If you like a really big controller, I mean, they don't get much bigger than this guy here. I'm knocking all kinds of stuff over. I mean, I find it awkward. It's not my favorite controller. I find it very awkward. But it is what it is. When are we getting Mickey Speedway International? When indeed. I'd definitely play it. Need to explore kart racers. Haven't played Crash Team or the Sonic one. Yeah, I haven't checked those out either, really. I still need to play Diddy Kong Racing. I haven't even played that one, and it's supposed to be terrific. I made up a dance to the song in my mind, and it's exactly what you think. Probably not a Duke, maybe a Universal controller. I love it. Look at that. Look at that chonky thing. Maybe it was made in Texas. Or just a Switch one. I really like the Switch controller, but that D-pad is terrible. Nintendo should be ashamed of themselves. For Nintendo, of all people, to make a D-pad that laughably terrible. Everything else about the Switch controller is magnificent, but I hate that D-pad. I really like the GameCube controller, but it's only good for GameCube games. The GameCube controller is fantastic when you're playing a GameCube game. If you play anything else with it, it's trash. Could possibly find controllers for consoles that look like other controllers. Find a Duke that works with a PlayStation. No, thank you. I'll go on my way to say the GameCube controller is one of the most comfortable for me. Yeah, they did good. They did good with that one. It's got a nice design to it. But it's just, if you play anything that's not made for that design, the button positions are just abysmal. And the D-pad is so small as to be useless. Like trying to play like Super Mario World with a GameCube controller. Horrific experience. I play a lot of Game Boy Advance games on the stream, and we always use the GameCube to play them with the Game Boy Player adapter. And because the GameCube controller is so bad for those games, I bought an adapter so I can use a Nintendo 64 controller instead. Yeah, I've got to practice this stage in the time trial mode, because we get all the way here, and then I am just a buffoon. We got to practice this in isolation before I be-clown myself any further. I recall really liking the PlayStation 4 controller. I only got to use it for a very brief window of time, but when I did, I feel like I liked that one quite a bit. Not quite as much as the Switch controller, but a very close second to it. Maybe if I spent more time with it, my opinion would even grow higher. It slightly pains me to admit, but the Xbox One controller is very comfortable. Why does that pain you, Sparrow? I have no idea why the D-pad or right thumbstick are tiny. Yeah, they just... I don't know. The right stick doesn't bother me so much. Nintendo is just thinking this isn't gonna be. I think that they're just thinking this isn't gonna be used for anything but the camera, so they didn't want to make it. Is why they didn't want to make it similar to the left stick. I don't know, but the D-pad, I don't know. I guess they just didn't think they're gonna be used very much, so might as well save money on the plastic. Who knows? It pains me because I really appreciated Sony hanging on to that similar controller design for so long, but there's just better out there at this point. Why does the Xbox One controller pain you when in regard to Sony hanging on to one design? I don't know what... I'm confused, Sparrow. I don't see how those two relate to each other. Camera feels like it's on a rail when it takes the sharper corners. The Switch controller for me is one of my lowest rated for a modern controller. Really? The Switch Pro controller? My favorite's the PS4 controller, Boatladder says. I do really enjoy the SNES controller too, but that may be nostalgia talking. I mean, if we're talking retro controllers, I love the NES controller. It's blocky and it doesn't have enough buttons, and I love it. But as we've talked about before, I also play a Telecaster, so blocky with minimal features just appeals to me across the board. All right, my friends, I think we're going to wrap things up. We've just passed 8 hours. I hung in there for a lot longer than I thought I would. This game is just crushing me. Just crushing me. I need to practice these in isolation and get better at the courses, and then we'll have a chance. So next time we play this, I don't know when that will be, probably next week. Next time I put this one on, we'll do some time trials and just get good at these levels. Allow me to clarify, the Sony versus Microsoft thing. Early on, I had the PlayStation 1, then Dreamcast, then Xbox. I said to myself early on that if Microsoft are going into consoles, they're going to be the best. Eventually, I was right, then started to feel nostalgia for Sony. Okay. I think I can follow a little better. Perfect timing, my Stream Deck just arrived. Really? Alright. I hope you have a ton of fun with it, my friend. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you for the follow. I do hope we get to see you some more. Thanks, Frownie. Good night, guys, Boatladder says. Thank you, Boatladder. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to send us off on a raid. I'm going to send us in the direction of Budafingers. I don't get to see Budafingers live very often. He's been a good friend to the stream, so it would be nice of you to come along and check out his stream. He doesn't actually have a mic right now. I don't know if he'll turn one on when we show up, or if he's gonna roll with no mic. But let's yeah, I know he's got no mic and no cam. Maybe he'll chat with us though. I don't know. I've never been able to send a raid in this direction though. So let's check him out. Also, he's playing Vice City, which is kind of nostalgic for me. So I can enjoy the vibe. I prefer streams that have mics and cameras, but that's not always a requirement. And like I said, Budafinger's been a good friend, so it'd be good of us to send a raid in his direction. He's on a coffee break, so if you come along, please consider hanging around long enough so he gets back and can be surprised to see you. Sure, why not? Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for that, Omega. I hope we get to see you again. I've really enjoyed chatting with you. Cheers once again, Sparrow. Frownie, cheers, Sparrow. And MK. Itarama says, can't go before I say hi. Thank you, Eddie. Oh, and hydrate to send us out. Alright, so one last time, my friends, thank you very much It's always a pleasure to be able to enjoy your company. I hope you are very well until I see you again. Hope I'll be able to spend some more time with you very soon. I should be streaming again. I'm going to be streaming most nights this week around 11 p.m. Central Time. That's the startup. Tomorrow night, we're going to play something indie on the Switch. Haven't decided what yet. Maybe a platformer. We're going to start something new on the Switch in the first part of the stream. Second part of the stream is going to be dedicated to Dark Souls, trying to make progress in my first playthrough there. Wednesday night, Minish Cap at the start. And Battletoads, first playthrough, first attempt, in the second part of the stream on Wednesday. So that's what's coming up in the near future. Maybe I'll see you for some of that. But I'm out of stream for tonight, my friends. Be well. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.